Alright, so found a Flying J. We woke up early, like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and decided to come on and try and get north of Kansas City. Oh, please be careful. Don't. This old guy's lost something right there, it looks like. Alright, yeah. Anyway, got up here just north of Kansas City and spent the rest of the evening and all morning at the Flying J. And their dairy rack was absolutely stripped bare, and I wanted me some chocolate milk, so we stopped at the Love's right here we just pulled out of to get some chocolate milk. And now we're gonna get back on the big road here. Oklahoma is another one with frontage roads and all sorts of nifty stuff. But let's see. We're looking for the 214 mile marker, I believe. There's a Pilot and then what looks like a tiny Indian casino there. And it's probably where we'll shut down until I want to sneak up to the B-29 hangar under cover of darkness. Because that's just how I am with this thing. But right now, we're just trying to get to that Pilot. Barely missed it. Alright. And we're working on not getting on any toll roads here, which means we're going to have to cross traffic. We're blocked, yeah. We ain't going fast enough to do what we're doing here. Oh, there we go. Alright, we're good. Rush. So, if you find the rest area, we'll probably dive in there and interact with you for a little while. city about 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And the law was seriously beating some people up. That's all I got to say. They were getting their weekly quota this morning. About 9 or 10 o'clock. Walked into Flying J, got me a decent little breakfast sandwich. All back in the truck, went back to sleep. An Indian casino that's pretty substantial. I might just step in there and get me a room. bit of money, get a shower. Maybe they got a buffet. think we got a tailwind. Or at least it was at the truck stop. Sniff around there. About 30 miles. Ooh, look at all the old Chevys. Old cut up Chevy cab over tractor looks like back there. Pickup truck, damn stick bed, like 2-ton. What was that, Mamager 156, I think. Loves on both sides of the road here. Got the market corner. Looks like the old one on the left and the new one on the right. patch of hay over there. Backside of that field's a half mile away, 3/4 of a mile. And it's just covered with them rolls. Bunch of blue cows. Bulldozer on a post back there. It wasn't, it was a small thing, but it was definitely a Caterpillar bulldozer. But it was 30 feet in the air on a post. place here. Hold on, we may have to go ahead and check this out. Something different. Phillips 66 talking about a barbecue restaurant. How are we getting over there? What's it gonna take? Indoor pirate ship. Oh boy. Got a dope dealer right across the street. Come on. Hopefully we ain't too deep here. Yeah, this place is like 2 stories. Seen signs suggesting there's a boot shop up in there. Barbecue place. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to see if we can find a spot to put this thing, maybe. It ain't too challenging. More truck parking. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have to go to the more truck parking, looks like. Extra truck parking. Alright. Over here in the extra truck parking. Make it too dusty. Got the AC off so the fan shouldn't kick on. Well, I guess we'll back up next to these grain trailers. Excuse me. At least that's what I think they are, grain trailers. up kind of parallel. Well, I ain't the only one had the idea. Alright, let's see here. Go ahead and turn it off. Sit here for a minute and interact with you. I'm not going to walk in there and start photographing folks. They probably wouldn't appreciate it. Dan Mushy, hello and welcome. Looks like this is your first time. Alright, we're going to scroll back here for a minute, see who all's here. Doug Contra, hello. Jim Maxon, hello. Catfish, hello. And there's Dave. Dave's not here. How you doing, Robert? Let's see. Bill, hello and good afternoon to you. Joseph Schlabach, hello. Mom. Well, actually, Mom, later this evening we're going to end up getting the I-35 actually turns into a toll road. I'm going to have to jump off and run one parallel to it, much like 95 and the Florida Turnpike there south of Fort Pierce. And anyway, yeah, which is goofy. A damn federal interstate. Why in the hell is a federal interstate a toll road? I ain't figured that out yet. James Joel. Yeah, 10-4 on that. Yeah, just talking about that. But yeah, we're not taking the toll roads. So, I'm gonna put it. We don't have the transponder for tolls. Boss don't want to buy one for tolls. The leasing company sends us nasty letters when we get into, one of those pay by mail deals. And by nasty letters, I mean they want to charge you $70 extra on top of the toll. So. Clag, you say? 10-4. We'll probably see about getting one for next season, maybe. My phone. I had to completely back out of YouTube and restart the phone. I apologize about that. Alright, let's see. Hold on. Let me scroll back here. The old forts. Yeah, that'd be cool. It is a beautiful country. Yeah. It's although I'm sure it strikes me that winters here are just horrible. What with that white crap and the wind? Oh. Let's see. David Williams, hello and good afternoon to you. Dan Mushy, thank you for subbing there, buddy. Let's see. Did I say hi to David? Yeah, I think I did. Hello, David Williams again. If I didn't, Patrick Carnes. Pat, we're not doing too much. Yeah, just and besides that, I mean, save for participating. You can watch it later. Uh, uh, you build, they will come. Okay. Yahtzee, Yahtzee. Mom's trying to say mushy. That's what you get for using that voice to text, Mom. All right, Dan Mushy's in the UK. Welcome. Got. It's interesting when I find folks outside the country. Well, I think Joseph Schlabach possibly is from Australia. Maybe it's somebody else. We've got folks from Australia. We get folks from Brazil that comes in every once in a while. We're quite the international. Let's see. And there's Aunt Polly. Hey. I think. No, maybe not. What is Polly's? Scott. Never mind. Roberta Pauline. Hello, you're not my aunt. Hi, welcome. Although I recognize your name. I think you're a friend of Mom's, ain't you? Dennis Spitzer. All right, Dennis. Friday's probably going to be the only time I'll be outside, unless you're in the garage or in the infield. Just get with Brandon Gray on the Twitter, Facebook, whatever he's got going on. He'll be at the racetrack as well, and yeah, okay. He can hook us up probably. Mom, you're not speaking Queen's English. You're 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 speaking Southern American English that's got a little bit of Cherokee and Irish from the damn North Carolina mountains in it. Not to mention Ohio and all that other stuff we deal with. All right, yeah, 10-4. Okay, 10-4 on that, Mom. Miss Pauline, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright. I do have some milk I need to drink before it goes south on me. But this is a quiet little place. So far. Now I do have there is a sign across the street. If y'all are on a big screen, you might be able to read it. All right, but one is for the dispensary where you can get your marijuana gear. But then I guess the one is advertising the barbecue joint. But it says pork butt salad. Ooh, old Chevelle on the back of a flatbed going by. Yep, missing an engine. Looks like they just pulled it out of the pasture. Oh. Hell, this ain't such a bad spot right here. Nice and quiet. And from the looks of the gravel, there's really not that much traffic back here. Yeah. We'll go ahead and park it for a little while here on the log. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if what I just found the damn personal conveyance button on the log. Well, it's not that I just found it, but I don't use it that regular. But I felt if I had 5 freaking days to drive 8 hours, that probably wouldn't hurt to just use that. Because I'm going to run an hour here, stop 6 there, totally screw up and end up having to wait 10 hours in the middle. You know what I'm saying? And I picked up some damn passengers back there at the damn Flying J, and they're still here with me. A couple of house flies that refuse to go out the damn window. Was it the Family Guy? I don't know if it was one particular episode or if it's a running gag, but they'll have a damn house fly and the thing will be flying straight at the door, and somebody will open the door and the damn thing hits the wall and leaves the room. Just, well, that's what I got going on here. Although I got one that's been, he's set for a while now. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Of course not. Damn it. Nope. Damn you. Oh. Anyway. If you get them to set still and then clap your hands right over where they're going to jump up, sometimes you can get them. Well, I ain't managed yet. All right. Oh, let's see here. Mom, I certainly hope so. Otherwise, it almost sounds illegal. I mean, yeah. Ooh. It is, and it's actually a quiet spot, Dennis. Yeah. what was the exit number? One. This one is one. Let's see. I was thinking about 214. This is like 187, I think. No, it's, yeah, we just jumped off. What was that Indian casino? 186. There's yeah. I still got to maybe check that out. We're like the 178 or something. Northbound I-35 and I think we're still in Oklahoma. Dennis, it's going to be Friday we park, I believe. Here, my schedule at the moment suggests 22 October, which I'm assuming is Friday, at 6 p.m. is when we actually pull into the track. Although I will have to be there sooner in order to claim my number 17 car. It'll be coming out on one of Rick Ware's cup haulers. Yeah. There's Matt. Hello. And it is breezy. The weeds are dancing around. And it's coming from south to north. Alright. We finish this milk, we're going to step inside. Oh, ooh, he made it out the window. And hopefully the breeze carried him off. No, hell no, go away. Get back in. Some bitch flew back in. Dan Mushy, Tim 4 on the sim racing. You need to check out the NASCAR sim racing. There's several channels on YouTube that, and they're actually NASCAR sanctioned sim races. If you haven't already, let's see about getting in on that stuff. All right, Dennis, Tim 4, and I think you were the one I was trying to give details about parking. I haven't gotten an email yet as to where we are staging, but it's possible we could be staging right there on the racetrack property, depending on how busy they think they are. But if we don't stage there, we'll probably be staging on the DuPont property north of the racetrack, near the where the river intersects 220. It's a couple of miles up the road. And like I was saying before, there is a guard shack there. but I don't think they're there so much to keep you off the property as they are to make sure you sign a waiver. Because, yeah, they're prone to doing that. They'll let you park there, but you're going to sign your life away. They ain't responsible for nothing, quote unquote. Millions of tons of napalm, not to be mentioned. All right. Let's walk inside. I'm going to leave y'all here. Oh, here. Let me crack the windows. Maybe y'all get a little taste of the breeze. Hear the road and all that kind of stuff. All right, got a little 1-inch crack on the windows there. All right, we're gonna walk in. Be back in a little while. See what this place is all about. Although actually, I'm gonna walk around the truck real quick just to make sure ain't nothing fall off. Damn it, left the 4-ways on. I can't hear the clicker when they're on. All right. I am almost tempted to just sit right here. Did y'all read my shirt? Oh, phone's trying to get hot. Hold on, let's roll the windows down a little bit. Yeah, that's a nice place inside. Oh no, what was that? Was that a receipt? Yeah, and it's gone into the lake. I think they come out of the garbage can, or it just come out of this bag, right? No, it didn't. Anyway, got me a new T-shirt. We'll roll the windows up. And the damn flies ain't made it out yet, have they? Oh, mother. Hate to use my new T-shirt as a fly swatter, but it might work. Starting to upset me. Plus, the price was right. Got me some new suspenders. And one of the selling points, besides the price, right there, you probably can't read it, but proudly made in the USA. Can never be without suspenders. I find they're much more comfortable than a regular belt. Although they're a little bit more finicky, you can knock them off. But yeah, I am seriously. Oh, and there's a little pond between, let's see, behind, you go around this corner here and walk down here, there's a pond, and they've got a dock, and they got little fishies in the pond. And then over our right shoulder, there's a larger, you could almost call it a lake. It's got a bunch of geese floating around on it. Very tranquil right here. That's probably a good word, tranquil. And there's a residence right here to the right. I expect that's probably the owner, or maybe it's the general manager's something or other. Actually, a nice looking place. Got its own little pond with a stairway down the hill to it. Alright, let's see. I'm babbling. Let's see what's going on with y'all here. Hold on. The restaurant looks very nice in there. The upstairs, it's got an upstairs on one end. Alright, it's not the most impressive antique spot I've ever seen, but everything in there is for sale, and there are some interesting items. Some old Brownie cameras, some old wagon wheels, some old gas station pumps, although I couldn't find any prices on the pumps. Dennis Pitzer, hello. Toby Winter, hello. Let's see. Number 17 is flavor of the week there, buddy. Last week it was JJ Yaley. Next week I think it's going to be one of the Ware boys. I'm not sure which. Although I can tell you it's going to be a Toyota. I believe it's a Toyota. Dennis, yeah, 10-4 then. You're familiar with the situation. If I'm not at one, I'll be at the other. Michael Gregoire, hello. We're here in Oklahoma. Mark Tones, hello. And Mom, we didn't get nothing to eat yet. I actually just drank a quart of chocolate milk, so I'm kind of not hungry at the moment. Sorry about that, Mom. All right. Oh. Toby, okay. Yeah, that's best I can say. Okay. Mark Tones. No, ain't 8. We're just walking around looking at stuff. Oh, and let's see. One end has got the restaurant. Oh, and there is a pirate ship in there. Although it's a facsimile of one, but it is a full. It takes up plenty of space, and it's made out of wood, and it's a plaything for it's a thing for kids to run around in. On this end is the restaurant, the pirate ship, and then upstairs and kind of around the pirate ship is the antique stuff. And then you go to the other side, and it's a typical convenience store. They got a beer cave. They got coffee pots full of coffee, snacks. They got a little corner for all your truck needs, your spare lights, some cheap tools in case you need to work on something and you can't find a tool. And then you go to the other end, and they got Tony Lama boots and Wrangler jeans and Levi jeans and shaving accessories. And now I haven't bought a damn pair of, how can I put it, I get my damn jeans at Walmart. Okay, that's just how I do it. But the price they're asking for jeans in there, good lord, they're a little bit pricey on their jeans. Okay, the t-shirt, I've paid more for a t-shirt before, so can't complain about the price of the t-shirt. The price of the suspenders was reasonable. The last pair of suspenders I bought was at Duluth Trading Company, and those are some real high quality suspenders. This pair I've got on, they're 3 years old. But this pair I just bought was a reasonable price compared to Trading Company. And these damn flies, you're getting ready to get it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you son of a bitch. All right. Anyway, Yeah, we might do a casino buffet maybe. But like I said, I mean, this is comfortable. It's not that loud. The sun goes down, I bet you it's going to get quieter. Although they've got these damn lights on poles, I bet you that they're pretty bad at night. They don't look like LEDs. They look like mercury vapor. But it is quiet. Um, Death Shade. Ain't my responsibility to keep Curtis fed. Not anymore. And actually wasn't my responsibility before. I just had to agree with him. Although it was real fun when he would haul off and grudge eat. Oh man. Ah. Mark Tones, it's Curtis is probably going to come back with me from Phoenix. It depends. That's all still up in the air. I mean, yes, we will end up going through Tombstone, but it depends on. Well, you got to understand that Phoenix is the last race, and really ain't got much to do after that, and kind of can drag our feet. So. That was oh, Josh, but what was his last name? I've been saying it like the old one spun me out now. Josh. He's still on my phone. Damn it, his name's on that sticker I posted in the community section. Pisses me off. I forget shit like that. I have moments before I have my coffee when I don't remember my last name sometimes. Do not wake up well. Oh shit. Oh. Joshua Knighton, hello. No, Joshua, we're headed to Kansas. Almond Scott, what? Mom, what? What? Read them before you send them, Mom. Please. What? Curtis's last name is Aldrich. Josh Long. Yes, Josh Long. That's it. I'm sorry. Damn it. Dan Smith, hello to Maine. Yeah, 10-4 on that, Dan. Yeah, Bentley's is always fun. It's relaxing. That, and he's got an awesome car collection. I'm not going to put it. It's not a museum, and it's his personal car collection. That he's got 2 barns full of cars, and every one of them, he's got a couple of guys he keeps busy, and you can just walk up to it and sit in it and twist the key and start it. It was Model T there. Yes, Model T. And that was a learning experience. Good Lord. The only thing about it that's a conventional vehicle is the steering wheel. The throttle's where the gear shift's supposed to be. The shift lever is where the brake pedal's supposed to be. The brake lever is where the shift lever is supposed to be. It's definitely a learning experience. But I've decided here lately that I want me a Model A. There's a guy I watch. I think his name is Paul Shin. I think it's Shinn, and he's got a collection of Model A's, and he does videos about working on them and driving them, and it's new enough that it's got conventional controls, but it's old enough that you can fix it with a pair of damn fingernail clippers and a paper clip. Yeah. Me personally, the only improvements that I can see the thing needs is I'd eliminate the carburetor and go ahead and go with fuel injection and electronic ignition, and then that thing would just that car would just, it wouldn't need anything else. All right, who was on the Dale Jr. download? Um, Mark, who was on Dale Jr.? Kilani, hello to you too, Big Wave. Killilani. Is it Kaylee? Kay, Kay, I knew a Kaylee Leilani in high school, I think. Or was it? No, wait a minute. Kaylee. Oh, that's right. Kaylee was the brother. Leilani was the sister. And the last name was Waiwaioli. Okay. The RWR. Okay, that. Here again. You're getting into politics. You're getting into NASCAR politics. And I have no concept. I haven't heard anything about it. And as far as long as it doesn't roll down the hill and land in my lap, I'm not too concerned about it. Pantyhose is a belt? What did I miss there? Oh, Mark Tones, that was Bentley. That was Bentley Warren that was driving the car with me. That was Mr. Bentley Warren, the notorious, let's see, God, he run Indy, he run late models, he run modifieds, he run super modifieds. Yeah, Bentley just an incredible career. Oh, fix a Model 8, yeah. Oh, wait a minute now. What was that? Was it the Beverly Hillbillies where Gomer Pyle used somebody's suspenders to make a fan belt? I think it was. But yes, that kind of crap. The Model A Ford, you could quite literally do something like that and get back on the road. I think Paul, that the guy on the channel, he said quite literally he carries, I think he carries 5 tools with him in the car, and that's all he needs to if he ends up on the side of the road. Good Lord, it's rush hour. No, we'll just sit here and see what rush hour looks like in Oklahoma, or at least this part of Oklahoma. Damn it. Got this coffee, and here I am looking at a damn iced down freaking fountain drink I got before I got in the truck. Oh. I'm going to be honest with you, reevaluating your question there, Kilani. Um, NASCAR probably made that rule because of Rick Ware. Okay. Um, Sometimes, they, how can I put it? Until the charter system kicked in, NASCAR had a rule about how many total teams you could own. Okay. And towards that end, there are still ways to work your way around that kind of stuff. Just look at Curtis. While me and him were driving the truck, NASCAR passed 4 rules concerning tires. 2 of them were in spite of Curtis, and 2 of them were essentially because Curtis said it would help everybody. And anyway, that's, Curtis is all about, how can I put it, saving everybody money and keeping the price of the tires down. And he's very active in the garage and very vocal when it comes to tire protocol. Okay, so but here we are talking about charters, and that's way up the food chain. Those discussions happen in rooms that the walls are made out of oak, highly polished oak, and stuff like that. Open bottles of brandy and big cigars and all that kind of crap. But more than likely, that rule was put in place because of Rick Ware. I mean, here for the past couple of seasons, Curtis would joke, yeah, we're headed to the Rick Ware 500. Rick's got his hands in a bunch of stuff. And I think it's fairly public common knowledge that there's well, how can I put it? It might not be common knowledge, but it's not top secret. Okay, so like my former employer, Go Fast Racing. Okay. We owned a medallion, but we never raced under that particular medallion. All right. When Mr. Archie St. Hilaire was awarded a medallion, and by that I'm talking about a charter, he hauled off and leased it to the Wood Brothers. Okay, and to the best of my knowledge, the Wood Brothers are still leasing that charter. Okay, and therefore what we did at that point was Mr. Joe Falk, who is now associated with BJ McLeod, he owns a charter. And I do not know if Mr. Archie owns a percentage of that charter or if we just leased it, but all of the time that we raced at Go Fast, we raced with Little Joe's charter. Okay, and when Mr. Archie decided to step out of the NASCAR racing venue or realm or whatever you want to call it, Archie had enough pull or enough interest in the Little Joe situation to have input in the decision that BJ McLeod would now benefit from Little Joe's charter. And so now when you see Little Joe at the racetrack, he's with the BJ McLeod deal. A lot of politicking. Here again, me personally, I got a damn truck. Put some crap in that bottom. Let me go down the road. Just make sure that the damn entry blank has been signed and the check clears the damn bank. All right. David Kretzer, good afternoon to you. No, I'm getting tired of you. Go away. Go on. Outside. Just keep going. There's a whole world out there. Leave me alone. Flies out one window and back in the other. And there's a 30-mile-an-hour wind blowing outside. Damn it. Oh, yeah. Now you're just going to... Got my hands outreached on either side of him, trying to get my damn bones lined up so that it don't hurt so bad when I finally go to slap him, and he just goes ahead and lands on my hand. Piece of shit. Oh. I got a couple of house flies won't go away. Best way I can describe it. Oh, damn it. That Indian casino was at like the 186 or the 187, which I don't think was probably 5 miles up the road. I don't think we're that far away. This place is rare. I like the quiet. I'm thinking about just laying down and taking another nap, but then my coffee's going to get cold. right, there's 25 of you here. Let's see. David, we're in Oklahoma. I-35 is to our right, and we're at like exit 170 some odd. Anyway, there's 26 of us here. Let's all check in real quick. Where are we at? I mean, where are y'all at? We had somebody from England here a little while ago, and Mr. Schlabach is, I believe, from Australia. And I think Matt's up in Pennsylvania somewhere. There, Mark Tone's in New York. Okay. I made a new friend in Denton. Kind of clued him in about the channel. Just looking forward to hearing from them, maybe. All right. Paris, Texas at 4:30. Oh, okay. Is Paris, is that there north of Denton? Let's see, 4:30 a.m. Where was I at 4:30 a.m.? I was in Oklahoma. That first stop we made last night was in Oklahoma. All right, David Kretzer's in Missouri. Oh, you got back to Texas. Got back. Okay, 10-4. All right, so the rail fans in Paris. Dennis is in New Mexico, and you're in Kansas. Oh, okay. Oh, Catfish. That's right. Are you coming to the racetrack, or are you the one that's coming to the racetrack? And then Matt's in Calgary, Canada. Okay, 10-4. Northeast Texas. Let's see, what the hell was I watching? Old William Shatner made it to space finally last week. And I was surprised to find out they're doing that in Van Horn, Texas. The state of Texas is putting people in space. If only for 4 minutes. Alright, 10-4 on that, Timmy. And there's Lieutenant Todd. I know he's in New York. Yes, I'm enjoying the solitude at the moment. It's very quiet. Found me a nice little spot right here. Got a barbecue joint. They're advertising breakfast. I'm almost contemplating just sitting here all night, because we're close enough. I could wake up in the morning and go do the B-29. I'm still waiting on a phone call from them. Of course, I called them to, I was going to see about truck parking. But I zoomed in, and there might be a spot next to the hangar I can put this thing. But ain't got a response. Of course, I'm coming to realize every damn museum in the world seems to be closed on Monday, which I guess is only, is understandable. Their busiest days are probably Saturday and Sunday. Everybody wants to take a break. Death Shade says you're 1 second from Matt. Okay, is that technically as in navigation wise? Because there are, you've got, you got your longitude, your latitude that's measured in degrees. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the degrees are then further cut up into minutes and seconds. When that actually means you're pretty close to him. And then Matt says, live long and prosper. Yeah, 10-4 on that. Here, you ready? There you go. For some reason, when I was growing up, I was the only one in school that could just do that, but with one hand. Everybody else seemed to have to use their left hand to make their right hand do that or something. I remember I had a guy I used to work with. I was actually part of his brother-in-law. And he had issues with the Boy Scout salute, which I don't recall it actually. I think it was you had to it involved, yeah, I think it involved your pinky and your thumb, and this guy's a mechanic, which means you got to have some dexterity, but he couldn't do that. He was in the Boy Scouts and he couldn't do it. We used to, that subject would come up every time we opened a beer. It was funny as hell. Mark, possibly, if it's really got to be, how can I put it? I got to come up with something interesting, though. I've been kind of, and I always talk about this, and I never do it. I need to. One of the reasons I don't play too much music, and actually I need to just shove a CD in this damn CD player. I really feel that CD that got stuck in there the last time, that Curtis's was a bootleg, and I think that yeah. Anyway, but I've got stacks and stacks of old vinyl. And well, one of the reasons I don't play music though is because of the copyright situation, right? But if I was to do a live feed and just spin vinyl, and then at the end of the feed just delete it, A, y'all get entertained, and B, I don't get a copyright strike, I don't think. Because YouTube hasn't had a chance to evaluate it, If I've caught doing something like that. Let's see. All All right, and Tommy Williams in Fort Myers, Florida. Tim for Fort Myers. Let's see. Is that on the West Coast? Is it down around Naples, maybe, or is it on the East Coast there, Tommy? Trying to remember. Yeah, 10-4 on the price coming down there, Matt. Although I expect that William Shatner, he probably did it. He probably, how can I put it? I doubt he paid to ride that thing. More than likely, he probably spent a lot of time in front of the camera to promote the deal, you know. And then I'm sure that they had cameras in there while he was experiencing that. And it probably wasn't even his idea. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Death Shade. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, to put Captain Kirk in space, that's really an epic thing, publicity stunt or not. That's, yeah. All right, so I'm thinking the next one will probably need to be Luke Skywalker or Han Solo or Chewbacca or all three of them at once. Yeah. There's a long list of folks that they can. I mean, yeah, they probably just. Okay, so it's $250,000, but let's go ahead and charge $300,000 because Luke Skywalker is going to go with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's definitely. I guarantee you, there's going to be more. Doug Contra, yeah, I saw the headline, I didn't read the article, but apparently I guess it was coded. Okay, now towards that end, Mr. Colin was probably, awful damn old. And I'm of the opinion that, here you go. Okay, so those two big just went by. All right, the first one was the stage that they used during the pre-race show, and then the other one is actually a television office situation that was actually parked off the nose of my truck the whole weekend. Control. Yeah, here. Just for a minute. I was singing. All right, you see that black truck there? And they're level with the top of the trailer, and it forms a stage. And now this white one, you see, it's got the two windows on the side. The one in the middle, that's actually a slide out. And yeah, that's associated with the television production. So, and there again, They're just kind of like me. They ain't got to be nowhere any particular time. Yep. You got antiques upstairs. You got cowboy boots. You got jeans. Everything you need in there. The name of the restaurant is a Smoky Pokey. And Jeff Bezos, is he the guy that owns Amazon? Jeff Bezos. I don't think he just paid for the flight. I think he owns the damn Blue Origin, don't he? David Kretzer. Yeah, Tim Ford. So, if you look, I think if you got a big screen, you can see this little building right here is a marijuana dispensary, according to all the signs. But then they've got a big old fire truck with like a ladder truck. One of them things that'll reach like 5 stories in the air. I guess that's there in case the marijuana don't work. You can get real high with that thing. Ow. Got an itch on my leg. There we go. Got it. Tech and Gaming, hello. They got a cell tower. I'm just noticing there's a cell tower right here on the property too, so I'm sure that helps with our signal. Oh. And John called me earlier today. I expect he's probably been to our shop by now and dropped our cars off. And hopefully, he was saying that, ooh, red-winged blackbird just landed on the light pole over here. Ain't seen one of them in forever. We got them down in Florida. Ain't been in Florida enough to see him. Anyway, he was having issues with his generator and wanted to make sure that we had shore power he could plug into to get our cars off. And here again, I had nothing to. How can I put it? The coordination of this effort. I simply got told a couple of weeks ago that I was coming out and doing what I'm doing. Primarily, the 17 is a joint effort with SS Greenlight Racing and Rick Boyer Racing. And the car that John will be bringing to me, and we'll be swapped. We should be putting it in my truck Friday. Is actually coming out of Rick Ware's shop. And I guess that has this logistic situation, I expect, was so that it could give them more time to prepare that car, to the best of my reckoning. But don't hold me to that. Yeah. Save me from having to drive back to North Carolina, right? Mark Tones, 10-4 on that. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes, I suspect, every once in a while, and I see this in other platforms, okay? Sometimes the buffering can be triggered from your end. All right, so if somebody that's participating is having issues, it will actually filter through. Okay, just like in certain instances, especially at the racetrack. Okay, I can have a signal that's like a 10-pound hammer. Okay. But because there are so many people there, I can't get online. Or if I do get online, I get kicked off every 5 minutes or every minute and a half. And so it's an interactive two-way street. And sometimes, instead of driving a Porsche, you're driving a rusted out VW with a flat tire. And it causes traffic jams. Alright? And yeah. So, and I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying that there are other possibilities. Excuse me. Hell, I remember, oh my God, when I was in the service, okay, there was this message. It was called an AM9. Okay, and if if let's see, if Rabbit Guard was here, he could probably confirm. All right, but what you did was, what you got done loading an airplane. All right, the manifest. Okay, you had to send the manifest ahead. Okay, so there was all this communication to coordinate all this stuff. And so what you did was you had to we had this one daily mission that left Norton Air Force Base. It was called the 807, and you sent one airplane out every day, and then that airplane would essentially fly around the Pacific Rim of Fire. Okay, if you're familiar with most people who are into geography are familiar with the Pacific Rim of Fire. It left Norton in San Bernardino. It flew up to Travis Air Force Base in just outside of San Francisco. It flew from there to McChord Air Force Base in Washington. From there, it flew to Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska. And then from there, I believe it went to Yokota, Japan. From Yokota, Japan, I think it went to Christchurch, New Zealand. From Christchurch, New Zealand, it went to somewhere in Australia. Then from Australia, it went to somewhere in, well, no, it went to Hickam Air Force Base, Hawaii. Then from Hickam Air Force Base, Hawaii, it flew back Norton in San Bernardino. Okay, so that was your lap, right? And you sent one airplane out every day. I do not know how many stops they made each day. I do not know how many days it took to make the entire lap. So anyway, every day, once that airplane's tires left the ground, you had to send out the AM9 message, which was an electronic teletype type thing. Okay, and this is the early 80s. This is pre-internet, but not so much so. It was a military message. It was probably early internet, now I think about it. But after you sent that, you actually had to call everybody. Phone call. And it was completely and totally landline. Okay? Maybe part of the phone call was on satellites. But good God. You'd call these people in Japan and New Zealand and Australia, and you would hear yourself echo, you would hear them echo, you would hear voices you didn't know what. Sometimes you'd have to call them 10 times until you finally got a line that you could talk on. And so I guess where I'm going is we have come a long way in a short time as far as communications go. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Mark Tones, I watch you on my TV, but yeah, 10-4, Mark, I understand. Rail fan, yeah, 10-4. Um, when Sprint was the series sponsor, okay, they had mobile towers. They had about 9 or 10 mobile cell towers that moved from track to track. And back then, it was awesome. You had a signal, and you had access all the time. And and there was evidence of it every once in a while. You would go from you were in Charlotte because attached to one of these cell towers that had been in Charlotte last week, and then they hadn't bothered making adjustments or whatever it is that it takes to tell the cell tower where it's at. So anyway, but now that there's no phone system associated with the track anymore, the service sucks. Yeah, you figure all this electronic magic that surrounds us, it's all got maximum volume, okay? Rate a cell tower, okay? And once you saturate that cell tower, nobody gets no service. Because the phone is the most important part. You got to be able to communicate by the phone. At the bare minimum. Because that's what they sold you. All the damn internet stuff is just fluff. Yeah, here I am. I'm back. Oh. So anyway, there was 25 of you, but only 5 of you, 5 or 6 of you, let us know where all you're at, I think. And I know some of you just like watching and don't like participating. That's fine. But it'd be nifty to know where you are. It's interesting, you know. It takes all types to make it all work. Some of us work on garbage trucks. Some of us fly 747s. Some of us are cowboys, and some of us are engineers. Let's see. Let's talk about that for a minute. What have I done in my life as far as jobs? Death Shade, yeah, 10-4 on the pagers. Race Dad, not much, sir. We're just sitting here enjoying a beautiful afternoon in Oklahoma. Let's see. And I was just getting ready to rattle off. So my employment history. My father paid me $25 a week to take the garbage out, and he did that for 1 week. I remember that. And my own father only paid me once to take the damn garbage out. Although I I had this. I used to be goofy about polishing his shoes. He would come home and yeah, there for a while. He had this old ammo box that had all his shoe polish stuff in there, and I'd polish his shoes while he had them on his feet. And he did actually flip me $1 or two every once in a while for that. But then I guess I was 10 or 12. I started mowing grass around the neighborhood, and that wasn't a big business. Just one or two families. I took care of the yard. Um, and then my first, where I got an actual paycheck, I was a busboy at IHOP. And I was just a boy. I was like 13 or 14 when I started doing that. Did that for the summer. And then the next job was I actually worked at one of the earliest subways in 4 subways in the entire state of Florida, Subway sandwich shop. And I worked. That was how can I put it? It was part-time, full-time situation. You know, I was a high school student, and I worked in the evenings damn near every day. And then during the summer, I put in 8-hour days that I can recall. And then I did that until I joined the service. And I did my 4 years in the Air Force as an air cargo specialist. And that was, I thoroughly enjoyed that. How can I put it? I did my entire 4 years in the United States. I never got deployed to any hot spots, and that was actually kind of a quiet time. We had some shit happen. Our airplanes got sent down to Grenada, and I remember one of my roommates had gotten involved in handling. He was actually a mechanic earlier in his before he come to our base, and he was involved in the Beirut the bombing, the Marine barracks bombing. He was involved in the aftermath of that. Handling and shipping the bodies back home. It kind of messed his head up. But we moved equipment for the Grenada situation. And that was really about all I got involved in. I did go to Canada for an exercise. I went to Colorado for an exercise. I went to Washington State for an exercise. I went to North Carolina for an exercise. I went to Kentucky for an exercise. Yeah, Canada is about the farthest I made it out of the country. And then I did my 4 years there, and I came back to Daytona thinking that I could get a job at the airport as a baggage handler or something, and it turned out that what I got told was at that time, before you could work in Daytona, you had to go to Orlando. You had to work in Orlando. And I simply had no desire. I had no desire to commute to Orlando or to live in Orlando or to have anything to do with Orlando. And so I got a job as a lumber company delivery driver. Now I learned how to drive big trucks in the Air Force, but I learned how to shift the damn transmission when I was driving that lumber truck. They were old Chevy C60s that had they had a 4-speed with a 2-speed rear end, and that's where I learned how to split shift and all that. And I remember they had my buddy Jimmy. He was building the engines in trucks. He was doing a good job. Well, actually, it was Jay Hefner to begin with. Jay was building the engines, and they were 4-volt main Chevy 350s and those C60s, and they were badass. They were. That's the best I can tell you. Those were the best running Chevy C60s on this planet. Let's see. Jay had a recipe. I don't remember anymore. But it involved an RV cam. That was the big thing. An RV cam and 3 extra degrees of ignition timing and a couple other tricks that he used. Let's see. And then while I was working at the lumber company, I started going to the community college at night for automotive technology. And I guess 4 or 5 months into that, the instructor, every night the instructor would say, "Hey, so and so called me with an entry level job." And so one night he says, "We got an entry level job down in Edgewater, Florida, at a truck shop." And I was like, "Okay, here we go." And I worked there for 6-7 years. It was a pack lease fleet, and our little shop was a satellite shop for pack lease that was affiliated. We were a satellite shop for Palm Peterbilt out of West Palm Beach, Florida. And so we maintained a fleet that was based out of Edgewater, but it was a pack lease. They were all leased trucks that were administrated out of West Palm Beach, but our shop was right next to where that fleet was, and that's where I got all my mechanicing experience. although a lot of it was right there in the driveway of the house. And I learned a lot of stuff watching Mom's friend and Dad's friend Joe Corbett, the mini brute, work on his stuff in his driveway. And then me and Jimmy would work together and make mistakes and learn together. We went to school together, the automotive deal, and eventually Jimmy took over Jay's job at the lumber yard, and then it eventually come to work with me at the truck shop. And then I screwed up, got married, moved to Valdosta, Georgia. Jimmy went back to the lumber yard. I got a job, let's see, where? Initially with a Caterpillar dealer, but I wasn't there very long. I was just a little bit too green I was a little too green for their taste, I guess. How can I put it? When I was at the heavy truck garage, I was more of a driveline and chassis guy, and I had a little bit of experience doing overheads on Cummins, and then I got tangled up in tangled up in a Caterpillar deal, and here again there was a lot of politics up in that Caterpillar deal, and I didn't last long there. That's the best way I can put it. I'm no good at politicking. It turns out somebody's son needed my job better, worse than I did. So anyway, we ended up at the Valdosta Chevrolet garage. And I worked on Chevrolets for a couple of years, and then I ended up getting a job at the city of Valdosta, Georgia. I maintained police cars, Fords, Chevrolets, garbage trucks, end loaders, farm tractors with mowers on them, the mowers they use to mow the side of the road, weed eaters, whatever the hell they had, I worked on. And then come back and got tangled up with Jimmy again. No, Jimmy. And I went down to the funeral, and they offered me his damn job. Son of a bitch. And the only way I could place any value on his death was to try and keep what he had done for that company. I had to go and try and keep his stuff running for him. And I did that for a couple of years. And then my marriage went south, and it started affecting my work. And I ended up at another truck garage in Daytona. And then my father died. And that spun me out. Let's see. How did that work? Jimmy died. And then, like a year later, I got a divorce. And 2 weeks after I got the divorce, my dad died. And so I was just, I won't say I was fragile, but I was screwed up in the head for a while. And then I found out about my buddy Dan Partis was racing ARCA. And it was all downhill from there. Every time I see him, and I see him at the track pretty regular. And I've been racing ever since. When I started with him, I wasn't a truck driver. I was a mechanic in the ARCA series, and I built the race cars, I repaired the race cars, I rebuilt the race cars, I painted the race cars, and eventually, somewhere along the line, they found out that I had a Class B CDL in my pocket. Because I needed a Class B to be able to test drive tractors, stuff like that, without actually dragging a whole trailer around. And they explained to me that I needed to upgrade to an A, and I already had enough experience to know that I didn't want to be no damn race truck driver. Because I'm building cars, I'm doing all this other shit. Last thing I need to do is drive the damn truck too. And I got explained that if I liked working there, I needed to go upgrade my damn license. And I'm like, shit. So here I am. Don't get me wrong, it served me well as far as keeping me busy and keeping me employed. But once they tag you as a truck driver, you're pretty much condemned to be a truck driver. And I miss working on the race cars. But I'm going to be honest with you, I'm too damn old anymore. I lay on the ground and crawling around, and my old knees ain't up to it no more. But there you go. That's my employment history. That's how I got here. I mean, yeah, actually, that's how I got into racing. There's God Almighty. So I helped Danny for 4 years. And then that deal blew up. And actually, it didn't blow up. We finished the season, and there wasn't no money for next season, so they closed the doors. And Danny went to drive for Jay Robinson for a couple of races. So I got introduced to Jay Robinson and drove a truck for him for a while. And that kind of went south. There were equipment issues. That I'm going to blame it on equipment issues. They blame it on a couple other things, but I'm going to blame it on equipment issues. And so But that is where I met Curtis. Okay, Curtis and Jay were they grew up together. They'd known each other since they were 5 years old, and Curtis keep all right, and this was more politicking here. The actual reason I got released from Jay Robinson had to do with the damn driver. The damn race car driver was destroying a car every week. Okay, but how can I put it? For some reason, and how can I put it? If somebody needs to get fired on a race team just to satisfy somebody, it's usually the truck driver. Just to see a head roll. And so old Chris Bingham, he wanted to see a head roll, just to distract everybody from the fact he was destroying race cars. So I was on the street for a little bit, not much. And I think that's when I got tangled up with Larry Gonselman at that point. And Larry was co-owner of, I believe the name of the team was Mach 1 Racing with Mr. Chris Edwards. And I rode that horse for 5 or 6 years. Larry actually got bought out. I stayed with Chris. And then Chris eventually sold the 34 team, the 34 Cup team. And actually, I think we might have started in the... No, that was Cup. It was Cup. When I started, it was Cup. We had old Onion, Todd Bodine driving the car. And yeah, Larry got bought out. I was still with I was with that team 5 or 6 years, I think. And then Chris Edwards sold the team to Bob Jenkins, who is Front Row Racing, and I retained my position there. And so when he bought our team, that was his introduction to multi-team ownership. And I was there probably another couple of years. And then I remarried. And here again, the marriage affected the work in that I was asked, why do you have to go away every week? And so I made a request to come off the road. Or at least, and the crew chief was of the opinion that if I didn't want to be on the road, they didn't need me. And bang, I'm on the street again. Let's see, at that point, here comes Larry Gonselman again. let's see, how long was I out of work at that point? I don't think it, oh, so at that point, that was, I did a lot of 1 and 2 week deals. Now that I think about it, I had some friends that kept me busy. Rich Woodland hooked me up with Lance Hooper, and me and Lance's girlfriend did a Craftsman Truck Series start and park deal for like 12 races, maybe. It might not have been that many. And then, let's see, at some point, Rich Woodland put together a deal with Steve Grissom driving a car. I took Steve to Nashville, and actually that was probably after Jay Brunson let me go, because we took Steve to Nashville, and yes, and who wrecked our car for us? Chris Bingham wrecked our car for us. Yeah, so that, anyway, I forgot about that. But took Lance Hooper to a couple of races. Did some late models, a couple of late model gigs. Couple of ARCA gigs. Did some maybe did some K&N stuff. I took Dale Quarterly to Irwindale Speedway in a K&N car. I think it was K&N. One race deal. Drove that truck all the way, and I was a co-driver. I was the one race co-driver, and so I had showed up at the track, threw my bag in the truck, didn't meet anybody except, Dale. Get to the track, and it was, let's see, it was 2 practice sessions. Qualifying was based on your practice speed and a consi race. Okay, and so what I'm saying is they set the field by your practice average. Okay, so the 2 practices, you got an average speed. We missed the first practice because they ground the ring gear off trying to start the engine. The engine refused to start. And so between the practices, they're thrashing under. I didn't know anybody. I wasn't familiar with anybody. I wasn't familiar with, I was just there as to drive the truck. But while everybody was under the car, I got to looking at the wiring and found that the ignition coil was polarized wrong. Okay, they had the wires crossed on the damn ignition coil. And at one point, Dale got up from under the car, and I pointed that out. And the next thing you know, they were pulling the windshield out of the car because the damn ignition panel was hard. Yeah, it wouldn't come out any other way. They got that fixed. The car started. We made the second practice. Okay, but because to run the consi race. Okay, and I don't know, the consi race was, as far as I can tell, there were just as many cars in the consi race as there was the final race. But I think the winner of the consi race was the only one that moved into the feature. We run the feature. We led every lap of the feature up until the break. They instead of having pit stops, they simply had like a half-hour break. And the damn crew chief, being a crew chief, just had to twist the screws on that car. Just could not help himself. Just had to. And I was standing there looking around, and we're in first place, and we are lapping people left and right in this feature race. And I'm looking around, and nobody else is twisting screws. They're making tire pressure adjustments, but nobody else is twisting screws. And by screws, I mean the jack bolts. On the restart, third place. And Dale was able to maintain that third place, but he didn't win. We did get to Concy though. And so to this day, that is my only NASCAR checkered flag. Come very, very, very close to getting an ARCA win at Atlanta with Pardis at the beginning. We were at Atlanta, and it rained the entire weekend, and we ended up racing on Monday, or maybe even Tuesday. I don't remember that. But we had Larry Moore for crew chief. And old Larry Moore, he was insane. He was crazy like a freaking fox when it come to chassis. And we had a 27-second lead on second place. All right. We were 3 seconds behind the second place car. We're getting ready to lap the entire field. And somebody hit the wall coming out of 4, proceeded to land in the middle of the pit lane and explode on fire. And so there was an extended caution period, and we freaking run out of gas behind the pace car. And after that, it was just a comedy of errors. Run out of gas, ended up stopping on the racetrack, had to wait for somebody to come give us a push. We end up speeding, leaving pit road, come back for a pass-through penalty, end up speeding during a pass-through penalty, had to make a stop-and-go penalty, and we were done. There was no way to fight our way back. I don't remember if it was near the end of the race or the middle of the race, but we were at a deficit that just could not be. Yeah. So anyway, let's see, back to so end up on the street. Bob Jenkins and find my way. Yeah, Larry Gonzman hired me again, and rode Larry. Larry's checks. That was one thing about Larry. Larry always paid me his checks. Never bounced. There was never any, hey, wait until such and such date to deposit this. Yeah. Larry kept me busy. Resurrecting damn equipment. Yeah. Yeah. That damn. That trailer is still following me like a damn ghost right now. Matter of fact, I need to touch base with him. When we get back to the shop, that old trailer that was always out the front of the windshield, right about here when we were parked, is no longer there. Mr. Andy Hillenberg has purchased that trailer. That was not Bobby's trailer. They were just storing it there. But Andy was weighing his options, and it was either that trailer or Larry Gunselman's old trailer. The one that I dragged to Seattle a couple of years ago is back on the East Coast. So anyway, let's see. So where was I? Front row. Yeah, so Larry kept me busy, and Larry was good if he didn't have something going on, he would use his equipment. And here again, I went with the equipment. Okay, so I think Larry leased the stuff to Rick Ware. And this was back about the time that Timmy Hill showed up on the scene. Actually took Timmy his first I think it was an art race with Rick Ware. And Salem, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, and did Rick Ware for a while. Had, and by now I'm doing the YouTube. Okay, so you're gonna if it, at the top of the playlist, if you go to the list options and you go from and put the oldest ones at the top, that's all going to be Rick Ware stuff, I think, to begin with. Nope, I take that back. That may be, it may have been Larry Gunselman to begin with, or Larry Gunselman's equipment via Rick Ware. Now that I think about it. And then let's see, Rick Ware, the equipment deal moved around, and I found myself at Tommy Baldwin's. Yeah, that's right. Larry told me to go talk to Tommy Baldwin. And so Tommy had 2 Cup deals and 1 Xfinity deal. Well, back then I think it was still Busch. Look at this old Ford pickup truck on this hauler right here. I love the truck. I hate the wheels. Man. 4-wheel drive. Yep. So anyway, let's see, where was I? Tommy Bowen. So I started at Tommy's, and I dragged one of the cup deals around. Initially, I think Dave Blaney was driving it, and then JJ Yaley um, started pedaling the car, and that's how I met JJ. And that deal was going pretty good until and that's where I also met Woody. All right, Woody was driving. Let me think about this. I think Woody was driving. Let's see. Tommy had the 36 and the 7 number, and I think, yeah, Woody was driving the 7. Okay, because that was an homage to Tommy's father. That 7 was the number Tommy's dad used to drive. So that car got all of the really cool graphics. Even if it didn't have a sponsor, that's what I remember. Tommy's dad was like a modified driver. So every once in a while that car would get wrapped in something that resembled a modified. And so it didn't mean that I was dragging the 36 around, and then that the Xfinity deal was a guy named, well, it's another guy named Marty, now that I think about it, a different Marty. Okay, so I was low man on the totem pole of the 3 truck drivers. And that Xfinity deal was the only deal that was actually making money, and it was actually financing the cup deals. Well, the Xfinity deal blew up. Okay, and by blew up, I mean there was a disagreement, there was a problem with a check bouncing, something, and it blew up. Alright, and what that meant was there was no more money for 3 race teams. And Marty, having more tenure, was moved to the 36, and I was moved out to the sidewalk. Well, that's when Curtis called me and clued me in on Mr. Archie St. Hilaire starting an Xfinity team. And I shit you not, he knew about all this stuff blowing up about 4 days before he had called me. It was right before Darlington. And anyway, when I got put out on the street, I was just like, I ain't getting excited. To hell with this. I'm just gonna go home and mow the grass and drink a couple of beers. And quite literally thinking to myself, when the gates hit the ground in Darlington, I'll get a phone call. And that's essentially what happened. Curtis called me. Where the hell you at? I'm sitting here drinking a beer. Alright, go talk to these guys Monday. I'm like, okay. And that's how I ended up at, well, back then it was called Go Green Racing. And then we were Xfinity racing, and here again, it was kind of a flavor of the week deal. We had Jeffrey Earnhardt. We had Kyle. There was another Kyle, but it wasn't a Larson. We had a French Canadian lady drive. I don't recall her name. There was a long list of people drove that car, and then eventually Travis Voppel settled in for a while. And at some point, I don't remember if Travis was. Anyway, at some point, Mr. Archie bought the 32 Fastlane Frankie Stoddard owned Cup deal. And so you had Go Green and Fastlane Racing, and with that merger we got Go Fast Racing. And we were back in the Cup garage. And let's see, Travis Voppel, I think, was the driver exclusively to begin with. And then poor old Travisy. Here again, it just, I'm the last one that can be critical of somebody as a driver, but and 9 times out of 10 it probably wasn't his fault, but shit got tore up a lot. And I think Jeffrey Earnhardt come up with a deal. We had Jeffrey for quite a while, and then that fell through, and then one day magically Matt DiBenedetto landed in the seat. Did a whole season with Matt. Got to be good friends with his parents. Wonderful people. And then all of a sudden, let's see, how did that go? How did that go? I think Corey outbid Matt for the seat. Yeah, don't hold me to that. But all of a sudden, Corey LaJoie's in the seat. And what we do? Did we do 2 seasons with Corey? I'm trying to remember. Did Matt go straight from us to the 21? I don't remember. Yeah, he had to. Yeah, because Ryan Ellis right? Ryan Ellis, who occasionally drives a race car, was our PR guy when De Benedetto was there. And when De Benedetto left, Ryan stayed. And Ryan and Matt are kind of joined at the hip, usually, as far as, social and race. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, and I'm just rambling. Let's see. Let's see what's been going on here. Let's see here. There's where the phone died. Yep. Era pagers, race dad. Yeah, I'm just rambling there. Doug Contra, hello. Let's see. Plans for the week. Uh, I've got a couple of items that I have to tend to as far as race related. I got to go do a little bit of shopping at Walmart at some point, and I got to get the damn fire suits dry cleaned. Um, our friend Brandon Gray uh, had stuff scheduled today and tomorrow. And so tomorrow, my intentions are to end up in Wichita and walk around the B-29 that's stationed in Wichita. There's a World War II era B-29, one of only two in the world that still fly, and they have a hangar. And that's the other thing. I need to do some more research and make sure it's even there. But I want to go walk around that airplane again. And then Wendy and Brandon are going to hook up, and we're going to go do some cultural enrichment opportunities. A couple of museums. There is an aviation salvage yard to the east that I'm crossing my fingers we can wiggle in, just to walk around and maybe shoot some video. And not much else other than that. That's really about all I've got planned. Just, sitting here swatting flies. Kind of, yeah, not too much else. These son of bitches, I'm gonna put some fire to them here in a minute. I got the same two. I'm pretty sure there's only two, and they were here when I left the Loves. I emptied the garbage can. I probably carried them in the garbage can, but they refused to leave. If I can get you with some fire, that might be the best bet. Or maybe the fire will scare you enough you don't come back. Come here. Yeah. Here. Anyway. Race Dad, you're welcome. How can I put it? My dad was in the Army, and even though there was no draft, when you get out of high school, the military is always an option, and I exercised it. And I don't regret a single day of it. Um, let's see, Gauge Man. Here I am, yes sir. Death Shade. The exercise was in Cold Lake. The name of the town was Cold Lake. I I don't recall the province. Maybe Saskatchewan. And that was a joint effort NATO exercise. The way I remember it, we were the air cargo element that helped we were had moved an American fighter squadron up there for a couple of weeks, and maybe the big thing I do remember is that the stripper had her show at the and she was a traveling. She went from town to town and did her show in different hardware stores or different venues, different nights of the week. So if you wanted to have a beer, and oh, and she was 50 years old. I remember that. Um, Cold Lake. It might have been in Alberta. I don't remember. It's been so damn long. But it was a fighter base, and let's see. The one vivid memory I have about it. Well, there's a couple of vivid. Well, yes, the hardware store on Thursday night, but there was also a Native American who passed out in the middle of the street at about 10 o'clock in the morning every day. And I remember the town constable, like the sheriff. It was a very small town. And I asked the gentleman, I said, I said, is it, I'm from America. Is this normal? Should this man not be off the street and in the jail or something? And the gentleman told me, he said, this is his land. And that really struck, they treat the Native Americans different up there. And yes, it was tragic that he was laying passed out drunk in the middle of the street. But the fact that they respected the fact that it was his land, yeah, that was a little different. But the other thing I remember was that, okay, my job description was I was an air cargo specialist. And so on these deployment situations, I was always on the first airplane to land so that I could do my job, which was unloading airplanes. And then when we departed, I rode it out on the last airplane because it was my job to load all the airplanes prior. And so we've gotten the mission done and we're going home. And what I used to do was part of my job was I had a Suburban, a Chevy Suburban, a four-wheel drive Chevy Suburban, and I used it to run around the ramp, the parking ramp where all the airplanes park, dealing with documentation, coordinating loading, and all this other stuff. And so I would make sure that the engine block on that damn truck was hot and warm. And it was always the last piece of equipment we loaded on the airplane. Because once the airplane was in the air and cruising, I would crawl underneath of that four-wheel drive vehicle and get right up under that warm engine and go to sleep. Okay, the heaters in the C-141 weren't the greatest, and when it's loaded with rolling stock like that, the seats are very uncomfortable because it's just like a little lawn chair bench that runs the length of the airplane, and everybody sits side by side with their back against the wall. Well, the thing is also, your back is against the wall and you've got all this rolling stock on your knees. And yes, it's tied down, but if you hit a bump in the airplane, you got a pickup truck hitting you in the knees. And so I figured out that I could crawl underneath of that Suburban. It had enough ground clearance that there was almost a good 9 inches to a foot of compression in the suspension before it touched me. But it was nice and warm, and I could stretch out and go to sleep. Well, anyway, so I'm sitting there in the seat waiting for the airplane to take off, and we're at the end of the runway, and the pilot's got his feet buried on the pedals to hold the brakes, and he's got the throttles wide open, and we're getting ready to take off. And all of a sudden there's this loud ass bang, and all of a sudden the damn lights go out and you hear all the engines spool down. And then from my vantage point, I'm near the tail of the airplane, but I can look to the left because I'm on the left side of the airplane, and I can look all the way to the front of the airplane. And I can see the access door fly open, and the light comes streaming in, and I can see the engineer quite literally dive head first from the cockpit, which is actually 5 feet above the cargo deck, through that side hatch door. And he comes back waving his arms and shaking his head, and now we got to evacuate the airplane. We get out, and the inboard engine on the left side, which is right next to that door we're exiting, the front of it is gone. There is debris everywhere, and there's holes in the side of the airplane, and we're not going anywhere. And it's starting to snow. We ended up spending 3 weeks in Cold Lake, Canada. Because all of our spare parts and our tools, including an engine, were on airplanes that had already departed and were already halfway to our base with no scheduled in-flight refueling anywhere to be had. And once they were on the ground, they were put back into that lap around the Pacific I was talking about. And it took them 3 weeks to get another airplane up to us. Yeah, and come get us. And let's see, I think that was the same one. One of the, yeah, that was the same time we had an airplane come in, and they had the misfortune of hitting a Canadian goose. All right, and that goose punched a hole. Here come those two trucks we were looking at earlier. So they must have probably took their half-hour break and went in and ate or something. But watch going across here in a minute. You'll see, and you'll be able to see them pop out over here, go behind those, and probably go that way. The first one's the black one, and that's the rolling stage. The right side of it is about 8 feet tall, and the left side's only about 6 feet tall. That's because those things fold down. And then the flatbed is, and it makes a rolling stage. And then that white one right there, I believe, see, it's got two side doors on it. It's also got a slide out on the other side. I'm pretty sure that's the rolling control room for all the TV functions. I guess that's where your producers and your directors hang out and such. So anyway, where was I? Oh, so the Canadian goose, it punched a hole through the leading edge of the wing between the engines. And we're out here in this austere, you know, operating arena. There's no shops, there's no anything. And so what those guys had to do, the leading edge of the wing come off with, I believe, it's a common thing. It was an access panel. And that goose punched through a bunch of structure until it hit the main spar of the wing. And so they disassembled the front of the wing and had to scoop all of this Canadian goose gore out and inspect plumbing and make sure things were still functional and all that kind of stuff. But then I remember they put that leading edge back on, and they had a 55-gallon drum full of rags. They packed it full of rags, and then they had this really epic, back then we called it speed tape, and supposedly what I got told was they called it speed tape because it was rated, and what it was tin foil, but it had adhesive on the back, and it was different thicknesses, and the adhesive came in different strengths. And anyway, they packed that hole full of rags, and they used 4 rolls of 500-mile-an-hour speed tape. They covered it with this tin foil adhesive tape, and that's how that airplane went home. But in our case, the engine exploding, that wasn't a quick fix, because all of our tools and all of our engines were gone. And they were talking about putting us on buses and taking us to this Air Force base and blah blah blah, and it ended up the accounting office said, y'all just sit where you're at. And I'm like, yes, okay. and it was cheaper to rent us hotel rooms for 3 weeks. Let's see. What else? How did I get onto that? Oh, somebody. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. This shade. All right. Joshua Knighton. Joshua, no, we're still in Oklahoma. All right. Yep. Unemployed, cutting grass. Yep. Race dad. 10-4 on that. Yep. You got to get there before you can race. Dale Lewis going to be depending on if I'm by myself or not. If somebody gets in the cab with me, Sunday. Yeah, by myself, probably Monday morning. Here, I'm going to go wet a tire. Bear with me. And lo and behold, as I'm outside, I see something else that triggers another employment memory. Just for a second. All right. And how they've got it parked with the bucket up. All right. If it was, you see that a lot, and the reason for that is to test the hydraulics. Okay. You put the bucket up, it puts pressure on all the hydraulics, and if you got a leak, that thing will slowly find its way back down. And it's just now I'm sure it probably got I used to work on those back when I was at the truck garage in Edgewater, Florida. Besides the pack lease deal, we had a contract with FP&L, Florida Power and Light. We also had a contract with Sylvania, who had they had a Ford that had a boom like that on it, and it was the only one in the entire state, and it come to our shop once a month, and I had to do a bumper to bumper inspection and service on it once a month. And part of that was that I had to fly that thing all the way up, and that particular one was designed for lighting, like real tall lighting for like car dealerships and stuff. And it was every bit of 90 to 100 feet tall. I don't remember. It was folded. It went from the back bumper to 3 feet in front of the cab. And anyway, so I would schedule, I'd start in the morning, and part of it was to stand that thing up, and then you turn the engine off and just let it sit there for an hour. And so what I would do is I would schedule that part of the deal for lunch, and I would get in that bucket and I would stand it up, and you could start and turn off the engine from the bucket, and I'd eat my lunch, hang out up there. It was really cool. We were probably 5 miles from the beach on the East Coast, and probably 100 miles from the beach on the West Coast. I know for a fact I could see the beach on the East Coast. And I'd like to think I could see the beach on the West Coast, but I, I love getting up in that thing and just looking around. And I'd stay up there for an hour. And, yeah. Anyway, let's see. Death Shade, retirement. How can I put it? I am not financially viable as a retiree. I'm probably going to work the rest of my damn life, unless I luck up. But I would like, if it ever come to that point, having a shop and restoring old cars. That I would love to, yes, being able to breathe life back into old cars and old, damn it, these damn flies are having a dog fight right in my face. Yeah, restoring old cars and tractors, and that would be way cool, even if it was just damn old lawnmowers. And not even restoration. If I, how can I put it? Just finding the barn finds and getting them back on the road without restoration. That's fine. Yeah, just maybe give me one last stuff I still haven't had a chance to work on. I mean, there for a while when I was living in Georgia, I had a little side, well, I wouldn't call it a business. It's just, I had a shop, and it wasn't really a shop. It was just some space that somebody wasn't using that they let me use, and I would work on family vehicles, the in-laws' vehicles, friends' vehicles. And there for a time, I couldn't walk around without stubbing my toe on first generation Mustangs. And so I got a reputation. What I was doing was back then the kids were still driving them to high school. And somebody would inherit dad's car, and they couldn't keep tires on it, and they'd bring it to me, and I would rebuild the front suspension on the things, and when I did, I would upgrade them from rubber bushings to urethane bushings, and so that they not only did they stop chewing up tires, but then they would handle like 5.0s. Okay, back then the 5.0 Mustang was just becoming into its own. I guess they call them the Fox bodies, but the thing was is I'd get done with them, and the things handled like roller skates, and I got a reputation. I probably did 7 or 8 of them things, and here again, it's repetition. Breeds efficiency. I had those things down to about 4 hours. I could roll them in the shop at like 8 o'clock in the morning and have them sitting on the ground, done and aligned in 4 hours. And so stuff like that, I used to love turning wrenches. Of course, knees and stuff. It probably ain't that fast no more, but you bring me something, I'm gonna fix it. Uh, In-laws had this old Dodge van, and I kept that thing running for, let's see, how can I put it? They contemplated getting rid of it at one point, and I said, look, just let me work on it for a little bit. And it was another 5 years before they got rid of it. So let's see, when I first got up there, my mother-in-law had this little brown Toyota 4-door, and the family called it the Turd. that was the name for the car. And they were getting ready to get rid of it, and here again, it was such a nice, it was a nice car. Okay, it just needed some TLC. It turns out the AC hadn't worked in 5 years. Okay, and let's see, the problem with that was that the car was so old you couldn't get parts, quote unquote. And I went to Napa and went through the Four Seasons catalog, and yes, they were not the proper Nissan parts, but they were universal replacement parts that I could make fit. And I got AC in that car. And then it turned out it had a miss, and somebody had diagnosed it as a burned valve. Well, I get up in the thing, it wasn't a burned valve, it was a broken spring. And so the damn price went from, I think the quote back then was $700. I fixed that for like $15. It cost me a damn head gasket and a spring. I put a new spring in it. Yeah, shit like that. Before you go just shoving shit in the damn pasture, let me see if I can bring some more life in it. I used to love doing that. Hell, I had two cousins that went to Valdosta State University. They brought me a Ford Escort wagon, and the damn Ford dealer had quoted them something like $800 to replace a blown, it was the pressure line on the power steering. Quoted them $800, some ungodly number. And I'm like, and their dad is contemplating having to buy a new car and all this other shit. I said, bring me that damn thing. And right there in my driveway, I went down, let's see, I think I was working for the Chevy dealership at that point, and the Ford dealership was right across this way. And so I got the damn part, and what it was a damn, let's see, how did that go? All right, they had already replaced the line under warranty because of a design flaw. And so the warranty repair was they wouldn't do it again. And I ended up having, and so I had to go get the damn line. I think it ended up costing me $60, and it took me an hour and a half to put it on. And the Ford dealer wanted to charge them $800 because it wasn't under warranty anymore. Shit like that. So anyway, Mike Concho. Technically, Mike, I don't have to be there until Friday. Actually, though, we will be there Wednesday morning. Alright, Mark Tone. Yep. Okay. Elvis B, hello. And I've been babbling so long. The bottom of the list. This list is probably so far away. Joshua Knight. I really am having issues remembering last year. I know Curtis was with me. Was it last year? Was it last year? Kansas Tire was a sponsor. Y'all need to scroll back and see if I mentioned that damn B29 anywhere. Or the Kansas Tire sponsorship thing. Death Shade. Well, thank you. Sit here for hours. 10-4. Mark, yeah, thank you. Matt, I actually run into Chris. Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's not another racing podcast. You're thinking of the Racing Table. The Racing Table is the podcast I was on. And Chris Womack. Chris Womack is one of the guys. It's Chris Womack, Willie Pelot, who I see at the racetrack every week, Mike, and Jesse. And I saw Jesse last week. Jesse's working at BJ McLeod's. Willie is working on the 98 car for Stuart Haas. Womack may be at BJ McLeod's too, but he doesn't go to the track anymore. And then Mike Groves might be at BJ's too. Don't hold me to that. But anyway, I run into Chris at Josh's funeral, and I slapped him over the head and explained to him that he's got an anniversary coming up, and I would be more than willing to do that again. So, and he said, yeah, you're right. Let's see, Kyle Weatherman. Oh, God, that's so long ago. No, by long ago, I mean, God, I've been babbling this long. No, I don't think it was Kyle Weatherman. Oh, Mom, I'm not that famous. Although I've got some junior stories. I've got a few. They're not all that great, but I got a few. Let's see, back when he, let's see, when was that? When he first started showing up in the Cup garage. And I didn't put two and two together for a while. But you would see this guy running around the garage, and he looked like the freaking Unabomber. Okay, if you've ever seen that artist rendering of the Unabomber, where he's wearing a hoodie and sunglasses. Okay, I used to see the Unabomber running around the garage, only to find out later it was Junior. And that's how he got around without being mobbed by fans. And he's worn my toilet seat a couple of times. that you'll have that occasionally. With public restrooms and such. It actually happens occasionally. Still. Um, oh, let's see. Mom, no, I think Corey was with us for 2 years at least, because I remember stripping the graphics off of the trailer so we could put new ones on, and they were both they were just the same graphic, just one was updated during the off season. And 48 got Matty D's autograph. Very good, very good. Okay, Cold Lake, Alberta. There you go, Matt. God, here again. Damn, it was so long ago I was talking about that. Okay, so Elvis B, Cold Lake is y'all's version of Nellis's Red Flag, sounds like. Okay, there's Rabbit Guard. All right, so Rabbit Guard, what we were here talking about employment history and got pretty deep into AM9s and shit. Yep, the turd. That was. Alright, get back up, Mike. And there's Ryan S. Hello, Cat. Yes, hello, Ryan. Alright. Is that the bottom of the list? Can somebody, let's see, that says 5, what does that say? 558? It's the bottom of the list. Okay. Wow. Got there quick. Although I've been babbling for quite a while. I ain't even been looking at the damn watch. Good God, it's 7 o'clock. East Coast time. Been going for quite a while. 10-4, Mom. Alright, Rabbit Guard's got some. Go ahead and send me those, Rabbit. We'll see if I can't, if you got them in its element, like up against a 141 or a 130 with some pallets on it, that'd be even better. And hell, I'll post them in the community section there. Damn it. My ear is acting up. I'm gonna have to flush it out, make a noise. All right, 10-4, you brought up a point. I'm gonna have to open some boxes. I've got some old pictures. It's actually mostly from my aerial delivery days out on the drop zone. I've got some somewhere. Yeah, 10-4, Mom. It's 7 o'clock there. It's 6 o'clock here. And it's definitely getting to be winter time because the damn sun is almost about to go down. I'm going to say it's got about a half hour left. The shadows is getting long. And that brings up a memory. going to and coming from Sonoma, but usually going to Sonoma, you get west of Salt Lake City, and right before you get out of Utah and into Nevada, there's a rest area that's right on the Great Salt Lake, and you can quite literally, if you really want to be a bad boy, you can drive your car across the grass and right onto the Salt Lake. Or if you got a bicycle, but I've gotten there in time to catch the sunrise. And there's no fence between the rest area and the Salt Lake. And you can just step out on the salt and walk. And I have actually, I think I've posted some videos, but I've walked out there in anticipation of the sunrise and been at least a mile from that rest area and had the sun pop up and turn around and see my shadow reach from where I'm standing all the way to that rest area. It's really amazing. It's you get 10 yards out on that salt and it's like you're on another planet. Let's see, where did I say that? Let's see, the 214 is where I was going to shut down. And I want to say we're at like the 178 or the 179. So it's only 20, 30, 35 more miles. I'm really comfortable here. I like this. And my intentions are later this evening, well before the damn sun comes up, I'm going to see about putting this thing in the parking lot of that B-29 museum. And in the morning, if I'm in the wrong place, they can wake me up. And I can cross my fingers, they can point me in a proper spot that's close enough that I can walk back when they open, and we'll tour. I don't think, how can I put it? Inside of the hangar, I doubt we're going to have good phone service, but I'll ask and see if possibly they have like Wi-Fi or a Bluetooth situation, and see if we can't maybe do some kind of a live feed. Even if they do have Wi-Fi, once I get inside the airplane, it's going to be just like me crawling up inside the trailer, and y'all know that when I crawl inside the trailer, there's no service. So I'll try and do what I can, although I can't be holding the phone up for 6 hours, you know. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. It's going to sit right here. And it's only 6 o'clock. And there is a decent barbecue joint right there. It looks like a decent barbecue joint in that little truck stop right there. So I think we might just stroll in there in a little while and have us some dinner. Get some pork butt salad. I'm sorry. That just. Oh. That is just borderline so wrong. Best I can tell you right now. Pork butt salad. Oh, the Cowboy Travel Plaza. That's what they call it. Indoor playground. Exit now. It's a Phillips 66 fuel stop with 100% biodiesel. No, excuse me, not no. 100% diesel, no biodiesel. And they got Free Boot Friday here. I'm reading this. I just wasn't looking. I got centered right there is a big LED. We are open. We are open. Truck parking. We are open. We are open. 100% diesel, no biodiesel. Free Boot Friday. They got a fishbowl. I guess you put an entry blank in. Phillips 66 gas and diesel. Boots and barbecue. Exit now. Exit now. Exit now. Yep. Big old sign. And actually, y'all probably here. Let's try this for a second. There. Maybe you'll, if you're on your big screen, you can read that. Oh, Ryan, everything's going. It's going. We're relaxing. We're Don Smith. Don is freaking hammered. How can I put this? Yeah. All right. I'm looking for the proper words, and you're getting drunk. Oh, I certainly hope you're in a safe place. Oh. Oh. 10-4 on that, Don. Thank you. Yeah, I remember games like that. Yeah. And being hammered used to, and don't get me wrong, I'm not passing judgment, but I don't know if well, I'll tell you what really did it for me was the commercial driver's license kind of reeled me in. I like what I do. I like that license in my pocket. And alcohol related offenses in just a car will affect my ability to make a living. So tend not to. No, I do enjoy a couple of beers. But I really hate hangovers. I'm no good at hangovers. And I enjoy bourbon, but it'll take me a solid month and a half, 2 months, once I've opened a bottle of bourbon to finish it. far as burning lumber goes, when I finally can't drive one of these things anymore, I am going to blaze for a while. Sorry, Mom. In today's day and age, it's yeah, I consider that a viable option. I probably even have a card. Ah, Don Smith, yeah, no problem. Let's see. Yep, next drinking game. Bear with me. Death Shade, what I've found is water. Okay, if if by chance you have enough faculties left to drink at least a quart of water before you pass out, it generally helps. Good Lord, I had one hangover one time, and it quite literally it felt like I had an axe buried in the middle of my skull. My ears were on my shoulders. It was horrendous. Uh-oh. Who are you? Oh. Well, for some reason, I need to make sure. Hold on. Apparently the key's been on. I was moving windows and forgot to make sure this damn thing still starts. There we go. Alright. Let it run for a while. This thing's pretty good. It's got a, yeah, that's what it is. It's got a self-defense mechanism as far as the battery's running. You know, like if you leave a light on, and also the damn refrigerator runs 24 hours a day in this thing, and it will start turning circuits off of its own free will, and so I've yet to, and here, hold on. I've yet to have to put jumper cables on it. Mark Heck, hello to Southeast Michigan, 10-4. Mom, with my luck, you will be. I love you. Excuse me. Oh, we got quail flying around. Well, those ain't quail, but there were. I was just watching one come over my shoulder. Yep, the birds are starting to land on the wires. Oh God. Now I gotta worry about that. Hopefully I don't get shit on online. And okay, so birds in Southeast Michigan. I remember, was it Highway 23 we run up out of Toledo? There's a pilot, and I stopped in there one time, and it was after the race, and I was exhausted, and instead of pulling through the pumps and getting coffee, I went around and parked, and the sun was setting down. and there was this tree. There was this single tree in a field, and little blackbirds like that. It was like somebody had a 55-gallon drum up in the sky in an invisible funnel, and those birds just started pouring into that tree, and it was just like this solid stream of these birds coming out of the sky, and it was like it was never going to end. And I sat there for 20 or 30 minutes, and like every second 30 of them would land in that tree for 20 minutes. And I couldn't believe how many birds ended up in that tree. I bet you could have filled one of these containers full of birds that landed in that tree. I've seen them you'd be driving through farmland that's freshly plowed, and something will startle them, and they're down on the ground, and watch them jump up, and it looks like this black cloud, and they start flying around, and they look like what was that movie with Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore? Ghost. And you had those black demons that would come take people. That's what those birds looked like flying around the sky. Marquette, yeah, south of Dundee. Exit 9, 5, something like that. There's it's a pilot on the north side, and we're talking the west side of 23. There's a pilot on the north side of the road, and a 76, a Union 76 truck stop on the south side of the road. I think that road might... Does it run into Napoleon, maybe? Is that the road I don't remember. I actually used that road one time to leave the track. Ended up going through a little town. I had no idea where I was at. And there were some railroad tracks. I almost thought I was going to rip the bottom of the trailer out. Lucked up, though. Yeah. Never went that way again because of them railroad tracks. Very, very, yeah, very concerned. There you go. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I'm going to have to put a sweatshirt on it. Let's see what... Well, the damn dash says it's 70... All the trucks running out. I want to get some juice back in the batteries for a minute. Man, this damn fly. I think we're down to one. I think one of them. You know what? I mean, my dumbass. They've been flying in and out. If I close the damn window when they go out, right? Dumbass. All right, so. All right. I only see one, so we're going to leave the windows up for a couple of minutes and let that one that's outside go away. We'll give them a couple of minutes, and then we'll roll the windows down again, and let's see if this guy will this one I've got left will. Of course, I could turn the AC on, and that would slow him down. Yeah, you heard me say that. He was cleaning the swings, and that'll slow him down. He crouched down like he was going to jump up again. I'm going to get you. I'm going to figure out some way. Alright. Ryan S., we're exit 175 maybe on the north side of Oklahoma. I-35. Nice little truck stop. And looking at the fuel gauge, we're at 214. There's like I think it's a Love's or a Pilot at the 214. We'll probably fuel up there sometime tonight. So this little four-wheeler here, that's been running around, I believe it's associated with the residence. There is a residence at the bottom of the sign. And the first time I saw that, it was just parked out in front of that. So it's probably the family, or oh, here, I'm going to try one more time. Come on. You need to land back. Here we go. Come over. No. Nope. Nope. Every time I position myself to get this fly, he just decides to land on me, and that's starting to upset me. Oh, I forgot my Coke. So it's a little warm and watered down, but it's still good. Alright. But yeah, I got me some souvenirs in there, and I think I'm going to go back in there in a little while and get my belly full. Although, I did make a mistake yesterday. I should have just sat at the track. I probably could have sat, well, yeah, those guys that just, although, you know, we seen some champion guys today that, and well, we saw a champion guy at the rest area in Oklahoma. When we woke up and left, he was sitting there. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Coming over here to get all up in my shit here. Hold on. You sit down somewhere. I'm going to get you. But yeah, if we had just stayed at the racetrack, we could have done the damn junkyard today, probably. That was my bad. But if we done the junkyard today, yep, Oklahoma is beautiful, Ron. Yes, Shade, yeah, 10-4. Yeah, I generally, how can I put it? I'll let sleeping dogs lie, but when they get right up in my stuff, yeah, we got to do something about them. Where'd he go? Uh-oh. Where are you? Did I roll the windows down? Did he actually here. Garbage can? No. T-shirt? No. I had the window down for a minute. Did he make it out? He might have made it out. I don't see him. Piece of crap. Alright. We'll wait a couple minutes before we light a cigarette. Oh! Now what's your problem? Oh. Oh, nope. I just caught something out of the corner of my eye. Where you ain't looking for no place to sleep. I don't see him though. It's not pissed off. It thinks it's connected. The cool thing is, shift cycles are all green. We'll get us a meal here in a little while and lay down. Cross our fingers we wake up and whoop. I just felt that. I think I just felt him land on me. Where are you? I'm not seeing him though. All right. Yeah, but I highly recommend this place. Ooh, the sun is setting and the moon is rising. Oh, it's going to be full moon tonight. Beautiful night. Very good. Anyway, there's plenty of wildlife, and there's a big old pasture out behind us full of cows. There's a small lake that was full of geese. There's a little pond over there next to the truck stop that's got a little, like a 4x8 dock, I guess, for lack of a better term. And it's actually made out of steel. It's not wood. And you can get out on over the water and look down and see the bottom a couple of feet down, and there's all these little. But yeah, the moon's popping up. Very good. Here again, here's another boom type piece of equipment. All right, and it strikes me that there is a dealer. There's quite a bit of equipment parked over there, but on the other side of this residence, there's a shop that looks like they might work on that kind of stuff. And actually, now that I look at it, there's a boom stood up there. There's a boom stood up there. There's a boom. You can just see the top of it. And in this right here, that looks like the lift carriage on a forklift. And it's way up in the air. Oh, you know what? It's the angle I'm looking at. That is actually one of those. But we're looking square at the back of it. Whereas this one, we're at about 4:30, maybe 5. So pretty clouds. But no, that moon is it's gonna yeah, it's a shame all these damn lights in this parking lot. Now I think about it, when them things pop on, that moon ain't gonna matter. Oh, but once we get moving, it will. I guarantee you it'll be a beautiful night for a drive. Yeah, I ain't seen that fly in a while. And yes, I could get some spray, but then that stuff would be all up in here, and I don't, I'm not partial to, yeah, yeah, I don't, you deal with whatever's causing the problem. I.e., I probably need to wash the damn garbage can out. So, we'll do that. Maybe those guys will fly home. It's only about 40 miles. All right. Let's see. Let's see. No, that's not a scissor lift. They, I think they call them squirt booms. Okay, you see them on construction sites. They got four big wheels, and I think you can steer both ends of them. And yeah, see, like right here, that boom actually squirts out, in and out. You can. There's evidence of four of them on the other side of those trailers and such. All right. Oh, yeah. I think we're done with the flies. The flies. Although maybe, like I said, they may just gone to bed. Well, it certainly looks like they's enjoying themselves on that four-wheeler. Last time I was on one of those, me and my brother went to the Ocala National Forest. And at one point, the damn thing was on top of me. That's one of them things where I have too much fun. And if I survive, I'm done. And yeah, I don't need to be on one of those no more. Oh, y'all hush up. Don't be speaking all that into existence. Big old birds just come out of the sky. Look, I can't decide if they're ducks or geese. I see them in the rearview mirror. Are they landing? Where did they go? And they were making an approach from the left, disappeared behind the truck, and didn't come out on the right. So they're either right there on the shore or in the water. But I'm not seeing them. Or they might have flown over. But it looks like they were on final approach. Formation final approach, you know. All right. Gear down and lights on kind of thing. Guys, I'm sorry I haven't done any, it ain't been much to look at. But me personally, I'm kind of enjoying, yeah, the world just not moving around. Oh, I saw that son bitch. He was outside. I think it was something just flew by that was tiny. Yeah. There's plenty to eat over there near the damn water. That and plenty to eat you. Go on. Oh. And they've got one of these ponds over here has got one of those fountains, but it's not a fountain. And I think it looks to me like there may be a lot of minerals in the water, and it's closed down, and it's just, well, usually they put them fountains in there to help oxygenate the water, to churn it up and get some air in it. But this thing, it's just blowing a mist that, how can I put it? It strikes me as that they're just pumping gallons of that water into the air. Um, and it's blowing across the damn water, and yeah, I don't see any benefit in that. Unless the wind is blowing that right at you, and then you get an evaporative cooling effect. Yeah. There is a little, like, barn structure about 300 yards downwind of it. I guess that, yeah. Air conditioning across the pasture? Oh. Oh, that's another thing I'd like to do in my quote unquote retirement. I've got a few ideas that I keep in my phone that eventually, if I had the time, I could focus on and pursue. I don't think they would necessarily be game changers as far as society goes, but they might help folks. I've got some ideas involving geothermal. Uh, Not so much energy production, but as far as like cooling a structure or something. Got a couple ideas. Some of the ideas I've had I've seen them already come to pass. Come to pass. So Dur, 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 dur. All right, let's see. Tell you what, any more questions? I'm thinking we've been doing this a while. It might be time to go ahead and end this one. If there's any more questions, I'll be glad to keep going, but I expect y'all probably getting tired. I might be getting a little hungry. Of course, I ain't done much today. Good Oklahoma truck stop barbecue, though. Him for, Mom. I got you. That's understandable. SRV Rocks, hello. Back at you. Mark Heck, thank you, sir. Moon is popping up here. Sun is going down. Here, let's just 10-4 on that SRV. Oh, here, let me try something here. Hold on. There you go. So, right in the center of the screen, you can see the top of the overpass. You see the silhouette of vehicles going by, and as soon as I start showing y'all, there's nothing going by. There you go. So that's the big road we got off of. Oh, and I saw an interesting t-shirt. Somebody was wearing it. And unfortunately it's political. But I thought it was interesting. It said, "Burn the boats!" Although I don't think that's a good thing. But there's the moon. See the moon? Big old moon. Or actually, it's probably not big enough to be a lake. We'll call it a large pond. And then a similar view in that one there. You see the side of the trailer, and then the lake, and then there's another truck parked there. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll go ahead and end it. Thanks for hanging out, giving me something to do. And next time we fire one up, I'll probably I tell you, I'm going to need the phone to get to where I'm going. I got to use it to navigate. But once we get there, we'll fire one up. What it is here shortly, this damn interstate turns into a toll road, and I've been told not to use the toll roads. It's a no-no. Until we get it sorted out. Yeah, there's just a little hiccup in the system. And anyway, like I said, got to use the phone to navigate. And then probably tomorrow we'll wake up and like I said, the parking lot of that B29 deal, and we'll see what we can do about that. So anyway, let's all be good to each other. Let's count ourselves blessed, and let's hope tomorrow is as pretty as it was today, and let's all have a better tomorrow. Talk to y'all later. And 3, 2, 1. Good night.